think we're good. Well, let me adjust my mic and such a little bit since we're gonna be here for the long haul. Get myself situated in this chair. There. I need to be able to stretch out for this since we're gonna be here for 5+ hours. Okay. Why do we only have the option to continue? Let me see what's up here. Okay, so this is starting a new game. So I'll go, the best way to do it as far as speed running is to do basically exactly what I just did, to make sure that you start right at the beginning, because then when we return it'll just say start a new game. See, now it says new game, so we're sure that we're starting from the beginning. Alright, so always there is someone outside mowing their lawn or doing something noisy. Always. Anyway, what we're doing today, this isn't a speed run, so if you came here for a speed run, check out my YouTube channel. My third place speed run for The Last Guardian is there. I will be coming back to The Last Guardian for a speed run later, after we improve our inside speed run a bit, but I've had a few viewers who have expressed that they are having trouble with a couple of the trophies in The Last Guardian, and I don't blame them. Some of them are pretty restrictive or can be kind of unfair. So today we're going to be playing through casually, and I'm going to give you guys tips, tricks to make your playthrough faster for Lightning Emissary, which is a trophy for completing the game in 5 hours or less. I'll point out problem areas for Untouchable Emissary, which is making it through the game without dying. And the other trophies we're going to be hitting on are That Hits the Spot, hitting suits of armor with barrels, Losing Their Minds, removing heads from the armor, Get Off My Back, which is clinging to armor for 30 seconds, Balancing Barrels, Keep on Running, which is avoiding Trico in an antenna room, Cryptozoologist, touching every Trico, and Collar, making Trico put his head in every hole. So we're gonna have fun. This isn't gonna be super serious. Chat however you like, guys. But on the way we'll be hitting some trophies and figuring out how we need to do this. So that's why the timer in the bottom is only a timer and not splits. So one of the best ways to encourage Lightning Emissary is to skip the cutscenes. To be fair, cutscenes probably don't count toward in-game time anyway, but we're going to skip them in any case. One of the things that make Lightning Emissary, Untouchable Emissary, things like that hard are that the game is not clear about what you need to do. Like, complete the game in less than 5 hours. Okay, does that include cutscenes? Does that include, like, if you die and go backwards towards a checkpoint, is that included? Things like that. So it's taken a lot of experimentation from a lot of players to figure out what is happening. So to begin, I'm throwing a few barrels down to Trico, but the first thing that you need to do is take this spear out. That's why he's not eating them. So if you're having trouble getting him to eat these barrels, this is what you need to do first. This is not a skippable cutscene. As you can see, I can pause, which means there's nothing we can do about it. So see, now Trico is interested in eating those barrels, and he can be eating them while we're going to get this one. Which is why I did that first. However, somehow he managed to chuck one all the way over here. You see this little divot with the feather down in it? That is where Trico, that's where his AI best understands how to eat the barrels. So if you can throw them down in there, you have the greatest chance of getting him to eat them on the first try. Now I'm gonna start heading down here to do something a little bit faster. He's got the barrel in his mouth, so we can approach him, hop over onto his back, and grab, no, not the spear. Grab this lever and get rid of it. You're supposed to take the spear out first, but next Trico will hit you like this, and then you'll be on the ground, and when you wake up he'll be standing. Normally you would have to climb up Trico to take that collar off of him with the lever that we just did, but since we did it beforehand, it's already done and we don't need to spend more time doing it. So it saves a little bit of time on the journey to Lightning Emissary. Now Trico's going to be standing here, shaking off his armor that we have already released because we did it the faster way. So we can start heading back here. And we can call him. There's no way right now to make him listen particularly well, so we do just have to wait for him back here, but it won't take him too long. There's a speedrunning strategy to jump off of this rock and onto this cliff. It's not worth it. You don't need to bother. So see, he's here already. And the programmers are kind enough to, for the most part, have Trico stand where he needs to before you can tell him specifically what to do. So see, he won't really move from here. These are some great barrels to throw to him if he wants to catch them, which he doesn't because I just nailed him right in the nose. But there's a trophy for getting Trico to catch, I believe it's 20 barrels, and those are a good place to start. I'll show you a little bit later how to tell that Trico is ready to catch a barrel, because sometimes if you throw them at him, he'll just stare at you, and then, like just happened there, you'll hit him right in the face and he won't catch him. None of these cutscenes are skippable. And it's debated whether they count towards your Lightning Emissary time. We're counting them, but... Now, hop down to the ground. You don't need Trico right now. Easily missable. Up here... Come on, camera. Up there is a barrel. It's kind of challenging to get Trico positioned for it. Just stand as close to that wall as you can and call him. Trico wants to eat that barrel, but we can come in here and call him. I'm gonna do some of these to make these prompts go away. So as soon as we see Trico, he's close enough to do this. And there's no need to wait for Trico. I know that that's a habit, or it makes sense that you know, he's your companion, you want to wait for him. But for the sake of Lightning Emissary, there are many times when you can just completely leave Trico behind. And this is one of them. There are some speedrunning strategies about restarting from checkpoints, which we would do here, but we're not going to. You should never have to do those more in-depth speedrunning strategies in order to get Lightning Emissary. Trico will be here shortly. The L1 button will automatically move your camera to Trico as soon as he's close enough. So a lot of the time I'll be holding L1, because see, it just told me that Trico arrived. So you never need to do checkpoint reloads for the sake of speed. You might have to do checkpoint reloads if you are going to die for the sake of untouchable emissary. But you should never have to reload a checkpoint for speed. You should never have to utilize like glitches or like the White Tower skip. There's no sense. You can get Lightning Emissary without doing that. Okay, I gotta put that mirror away. Now, here's a way we can save time for Lightning Emissary. Your inclination might be to throw the barrel in the water to get Trico down. Carry it with you. The boy will swim with it in his hands. So see, Trico, the camera is very much trying to tell me that Trico's gonna jump down. But if you fight the camera and head over here, Trico will follow you straight over here instead of you having to wait for him to eat the barrel and then calling him over here. Trico wants this barrel, so he's inclined to come over here automatically. So see, we're up on Trico now, and off we go. Again, we don't need to wait for Trico, because whether he eats that barrel or not doesn't actually matter. And remember, Trico does need to eat each barrel once in order to get the trophy for eating all the barrels, but that is not the thing to do during the same run as Lightning Emissary. And honestly, it's not even the thing to do during the same run as Untouchable Emissary, because getting these barrels can sometimes put you at risk of falling or Trico pushing you to get the barrel, and that is not what you want when you're trying not to die. So save your get all the barrels, save your painting Trico, all of those trophies for another time. So in one playthrough, you should really just be aiming for Untouchable Emissary and Lightning Emissary. You can do both at the same time, but not really much more. You can do Intensive Care, technically, in the same playthrough if you are quick. But for the best chances of success, just stick to Untouchable and Lightning in the same playthrough. I don't think I grabbed enough water for this whole playthrough. Okay, so Trico is very focused on that tower. We don't need his attention right now. So don't worry about standing there and getting him to look at you again. Just go. If you want to be faster, you can hop along here instead of just walking. It is very dangerous. I don't recommend it. As long as you're calling Trico throughout this process, he will eventually follow you. See, he's already following. As soon as you see this edge below you, you can drop, because Trico can hit this without being on the same platform that you are. He can hit it from far away. And so we can start this cutscene early. Because again, you don't have to wait for him. One of the biggest challenges in doing Lightning Emissary is just realizing that you don't have to wait for Trico. In fact, here, it's better not to wait for Trico. Don't call him. Once you get that thing down and you start to walk across it, don't call him anymore. You want him to go as slowly as he can and to not pay attention to you. I'll show you why. I might have been a bit too slow to show you the ideal iteration of this. So now we can start calling. We don't want him to go all the way through and get his head stuck in those holes. We want him to stay as close to this pillar as possible because he needs to meet us here. And if we were to call him when we go across this pillar, he would follow us very closely and it would take him longer to get back here. There's a barrel down there that you can blow up with Trico's tail. Both of these holes, this one on the left and this one on the right, count for the collar trophy. You have to have Trico stick his head through those in order to make your way toward that trophy. These are the two easiest ones to find because Trico tends to stick his head through them anyway. There are some later that are harder to notice. Standing over in this corner will get him as close as possible to this wall, which is the way that we progress. However, there is a barrel on the opposite side, like straight behind me. Same process, climb up the wall like this. So if that's a barrel you haven't gotten, you need it for your barrel trophy. You can see that I jumped across there instead of clinging to the wall. That's a time saver. There's that barrel I was talking about. This is another location where a speedrunner may reset, but we won't. There's a barrel in here for you to give Trico if you'd like to. Either for your barrel trophy or for giving Trico. It ends up being 96 barrels, I believe, to unlock the paint and everything. So you can see he's taking a bit longer. That's why, hi buddy, a speedrunner would reset. But for the sake of Lightning Emissary, you don't need to do that. And as soon as Trico's up here, we are good to blow this up. There's another reset here as a speedrunner. It makes things faster by making Trico pay attention to you. Because if you watch, he's coming up, and then he's going to come down, basically where I'm standing. If you want to take the risk, as soon as Trico touches the ground right there, you can reset the checkpoint. It puts him in the exact same spot, but he's paying attention to you. As opposed to right now, you'll see him, he'll want to wander around, he'll want to be in the sun. See, he's like sniffing. So the best that you can do is try to keep him focused on coming this way by just calling his name a lot. He wants to look up and like out because that's where he wants to go. But just stand here and wait for him. Alright, he's focused again a little bit. Now since there's nothing we can do to tell him, Trico, would you please jump right now? The best we can do is stand close to this wall and get him as close as possible. And then he'll jump on his own. Being on his back, right about here, is the best place as far as when he needs to realize something is going to happen. Standing there is sort of the trigger to say, okay Trico, you can do that. So you should often be trying to get to this spot on his back. However, it is important to note for the untouchable emissary trophy, which is the one where you can't die, the boy has a hard time holding on at that location. So whenever Trico jumps upward, push forward so that the boy starts to climb Trico a little bit while Trico is jumping. That'll encourage the boy to hold on and Trico won't kick you off of his back. There are a few areas later where that can be sort of a problem. I'll point those out when we get there. This left-hand door is the one you want to go out of. It's a bit closer to where you want to be. Ooh, that camera though. And then jumping sideways will save you the most time. Jumping straight, there's that little thing you can hold on to break his fall so he doesn't break his leg. You can't open doors like this. You can't pull levers or anything while the boy has a broken leg. There's a barrel for you. So anything you can do to avoid that is going to save you time. If Trico's having a hard time shooting with his tail, just stop and start again. Sometimes his AI doesn't really understand what's happening. Now, it can be hard to get Trico to come down into this. The best way to do it is to hop down, call Trico this entire time, just hit the button constantly. Go to this door, come back in, and then stand over here. Keep calling Trico, because what triggers Trico to come into this gate, or this cage, is you calling him. He'll never come down if you don't call. Let Trico eat you, just right away, which is why we're standing here. If we were to stand over by that bridge, it's very easy for Trico to push you off of the edge when he comes to grab you, and that can kill you, which would obviously disqualify you from Untouchable Emissary. As soon as this cutscene starts, we can skip it. Now, as far as keep on running, the trophy, that trophy is for avoiding Trico when he's trying to eat you like that. This first antenna room is not the best place to do that. The second antenna room, at least in my experience, is easier. It's a bit bigger, and you can't get trapped on like a bridge like this. Next time we get to a cutscene, I have a bowl of Cheez-Its that I put next to me for lunch, but they're just barely out of reach. I'm gonna grab those. Left and left is how you get out of here. There are a few dead ends. You just go in, turn left, immediately turn left, and then you're out again. Alright, again, we can break our fall on the edge of that gate there. No need to go back to Trico, we can just straight up trigger the armor right away. Now, get on Trico's back if you can, right away. Or just on like a thick part of his body, not the tips of his legs. Like, see, I'm on his knee, which should be like alright. Well, but I've sort of gone backwards. Get up as fast as you can, because the boy will start flip-flopping around like this, and not only does it become harder to calm Trico down later, if you're there, but because this bridge is so narrow, you can just be completely thrown off of Trico while he's flailing around like this. So, suffice to say, buddy, suffice to say that at any time, being on the thinner parts of Trico's legs, or his tail, or the front of his chest, is dangerous. Because you can get thrown off, or you can like clip through something that will make the boy let go. Now, aside from this first time, when we just calmed Trico down, you don't ever need to do that again. This hole right here counts for collared, but Trico has to stick his head through here in order for you to progress, so you won't miss this one. But going back to the point about calming Trico, calling his name is just as effective at calming him down. So when he gets upset, as long as you don't need him for the next puzzle, just leave. I know that that sounds heartless, but just leave and he'll calm down as you call him. That saves a lot of time for Lightning Emissary when you're not climbing him and then just rubbing him. Because that probably takes 30 seconds, but if you do that 10 times, you know, that's minutes. Okay, so we're calling Trico, and while we wait for him, I'm getting my Cheez-Its. Okay. Once he's up here, there's nothing we can do to get him to go faster. He will run around, he will be happy, and he will look up at the tower. There's nothing we can do to stop him from doing that. You can try to get on him over here to progress, but he won't. The best we can do is come stand over here to encourage him to come to us and then trigger that little scene where he looks up at this tower. See? Okay, now he's looking. And once he's looking, we can head over here. So now he's focused on us, and he'll come on over. And now he should be figuring out how to hop up here. I'm not in a good position to demonstrate how to do this next little skip here. But the best thing to do is as soon as he touches down, hop off and try to beat him into this hole. You do need to stick his head through all these holes for the collar trophy, but get this to the middle as soon as possible. We weren't fast enough. In an ideal world, if you do it fast enough, he won't stick his head through that first hole at all. The boy grabbed wrong. Well, at least we've gotten all 3 holes for the collar trophy, right? But he needs to be in the middle. You can see these little like runners on the track. They stop the barrel from moving if you line it up right. So now Trico will be stuck in here. The center one is what we need. What? Trico, how did you end up over here, you dumbhead? He's a bit glitched out. But even for things like this, you have plenty of time for Lightning Emissary. If you find that Trico glitches, this one wasn't too bad, but he does have a tendency sometimes to be a little glitchy. If he glitches and you can't figure out how to solve it, just reload the checkpoint and it'll reset sort of his AI. And then he should be better off the second time. No need to climb a ladder, you can just drop straight down. No need to wait for him to pull his head out either. We can just continue without him. The best way to get him to understand what he needs to do next is to go all the way out here. There's nothing out here. But it helps him to understand that he wants to get to you and that the best way to do that is to go up here. Bless you. Don't approach him until you see him jump, because he'll stop jumping like mid-jump to come and sniff you. So you need to wait till he's already in the air. This can be dangerous, this part, for Untouchable Emissary. Make sure you get to Trico's back as soon as possible. In this narrow hallway, he can very easily knock you off of his limbs, and it is a far enough fall that you'll die. Stay on him. There's a way to get down by yourself, but it's faster to stay on him. As soon as he touches down here, we can hop off. And here, there's nothing we can do. He'll go play in the water a little bit, and then he'll hear the noise of the other Trico and look at it. That's our cue that he will begin listening to us again. Until then, we have no control. Therefore, I'm gonna eat some more Cheez-Its. There's the other Trico that he's looking at. Alright, he's back on us. So into here we go. If you feel confident, you can try this next little trick. I'll show it to you. It doesn't always work though. So if you feel like you've already fallen a bit behind with Lightning Emissary and you're not moving fast enough to finish in under 5 hours, maybe just don't try this. As Trico is hopping up, you can meet him like that instead of climbing his tail. It'll save you probably 25 seconds. Let me take a minute to show you how to know when Trico's ready to catch a barrel. Because this is a barrel you can permanently lose by throwing it down into that abyss. So Trico's watching you, and you see his ears are out, and he's calling to you. Wait for him to do that a few times, and see he perked up, so he's ready to catch it. If you see that you throw it and he doesn't perk up like that, immediately restart the checkpoint, because you'll lose that barrel permanently. We don't need to wait for Trico for this. I know that it's scary, but we can deal with this area ourselves. And in fact, it's a great opportunity. See, we don't even have to wake them up. There's a barrel over there that will distract Trico later. But this is a great place to save a lot of time, and I will show you how. Basically, we don't want to be around while Trico is fighting these guys. So as soon as he comes down, start climbing him, and we're going to be trying to get onto one of these pillars. So we're climbing, even as Trico's doing this little cutscene. And now we're up onto here. So Trico can take care of those soldiers by himself, and we can be progressing without him to save time. Because normally you would wait for Trico to be done, right? And then you would sort of lure him over to this broken bridge and use his head to hop up, but we don't need to do that because we can just hop down ourselves. The middle of this room, see, has slightly deeper water. So be aware that you'll be slowed down. I know that that's scary as well, but you can just run straight through them, and again, you don't need Trico's help. So this is a large section of the game that we can do without Trico at all. And even if they catch you, it's not that big of a deal. They're not super close to a door, so you're not in like a lot of danger. Now this section can be scary because it depends. You'll see that Trico will probably interrupt me before I'm done here, and so I'll just be left completely without being able to see anything, because he'll trigger a cutscene. Yep, right there. So I'm probably gonna get caught. Yep. Getting caught doesn't matter as long as you are confident that you can get out of it fast enough that they won't pull you through a door. If the screen fades to black, it counts as a death even if you're still able to restart your checkpoint. So if you are anywhere near a door and you're worried that they're going to be able to make it through with you, just quit. Now, unfortunately, we didn't get the best version of Trico's AI here. Had he killed this soldier behind us, he would have just charged directly for this one and obliterated him. But now we have to wait for him to take care of this guy the normal way. We're gonna leave Trico behind to take care of these other two soldiers now that they're in the same place. We're safe back here, and Trico will kill those soldiers whether we're there or not. See, by calling Trico's name, it accomplished the same thing as if we would have pet him, but with significantly less time spent. I'm going to show you a little trick here that might be able to save you time. It doesn't always work, and it can be very finicky. Stand over here, sort of at the corner here of this pillar by this rock. Wait for Trico to come in. See if we can get him to do it. Watch his feet. When his foot comes right next to this pillar, right there, hop up on him. Hopefully that stops him from moving. We still need to be quick though, because he is inching forward. Up onto his head, and see, he'll be up here looking around. We do need to climb though, you stupid little boy. And we can grab onto this pillar. This completely negates the entire puzzle here of getting Trico to break those barrels. And if you can get that to work, it's about a 3-minute time save. So that's the whole part where you learn how to control Trico. You see that the narrator's just now doing that, and we're already out of the room when the narrator is doing that. So we are quite far ahead for the sake of your Lightning Emissary trophy. Break your fall, or don't, because you know, didn't work. Doesn't matter particularly in this case because it takes so long for Trico to get out anyway, but broken legs are never really what we hope for. See, we're fine. The best place to call Trico is up here. Don't call him in front of the bridge down there. Get him oriented towards you, like facing you here, like that, so that he's already up on the bridge, before you tell him either to jump or to go across. Because there are a lot of things in this area that fulfill that criteria for him, like these two pillars. And if he's not already facing where he needs to go, he'll want to go somewhere else. In fact, I think he's already gotten confused. See, he understands, but he's contemplating which surface I'm talking about. Let's try to reset him again. If you want to be particularly foolhardy, you can give him the command while you're still on the ground, and then just make sure you're on him before he goes, which is what I just did. Now don't let him go anywhere. Immediately just tell him, hey Trico, I want you to jump. Because otherwise he starts weaving into these side places and it's very hard to get him back here. A lot of people think that they need to solve this puzzle using these platforms over here. You do not. The ladder's right here. You'll notice I didn't take that spear out of him. If you're aiming for intensive care, that would have been a failure. The criteria for intensive care, which is removing all spears from Trico in a timely manner, the game doesn't specify what that is. The criteria is don't hit the next checkpoint before you remove spears. Unfortunately, you don't know where checkpoints are, which can make that challenging. So basically, remove spears as soon as you see them. The normal way to get down is to use these little turrets on the side, climb down, and then run across. We're going to do this a little differently. The boy is probably going to break his leg, but it should be okay. We're just waiting for this soldier to get a little further away. The boy grabbed something I didn't want him to grab, so it didn't work. Let me hobble over and explain what was supposed to happen there. You jump across and you hit that little lip that's sticking out, and that is enough to break your fall such that you don't break your leg. But if you're not confident in doing that, you can just do it the normal way by getting down those turrets. As you saw there, I was able to help Trico by pushing a soldier who was already starting to fall off of the cliff. And here again, we're going to be calling Trico's name instead of petting him to calm him down, because it's faster. Now here, places like this, we can tell Trico what to do before we get all the way onto his back. And that too will save a bit of time. You don't need to be on his back to give him commands. You don't need to be on him at all. The next room that we're going into is basically the same as the room we were just in, just with more soldiers. The only other difference is that it is more strict as far as timing. You might not be able to get Trico through the door on your first go around. And in fact, I'm going to plan on that not happening so I could show you what to do. This time we're not going to do that wall jump, not only because it didn't work last time, but because it's easier to not do it here. Jump over to this instead. That guy can still definitely see you even if you're up here, so be careful. So we got over here right about when we wanted to, right when this guy was looking away. And of course they noticed me anyway. So, should that happen, and I did want to show you guys what happens, what you should do when it does, come back here, wait for them to catch you. I don't want to say catch you, like don't wait for them to grab you, wait for them to be here, and then hop down here. There's a little pathway down here where you can run all the way back to the entrance without them bothering you. Hey, Wolfox, how you doing? Doing pretty well. I'm really enjoying coming back to this game finally. I was honestly super psyched when some viewers were like, hey, I can't get these trophies, because it gave me another excuse to play. See, look at them. They're still like all the way down there. They're not going to bother you if you do that. I'm going to let him catch me because that encourages Trico to be more aggressive in fighting them. Trico doesn't like it when they have you. And so if Trico's having a hard time, see if he's just like hopping around like that and not hurting anybody, let them catch you. I think everybody's dead. So now we're going to be calming him down with our voice instead of with pets. Alright. He slightly misunderstood what I was asking there. Hit this. Really? Now here, if you hold the X button, which is what you use to climb down, you can make the boy let go, and then as soon as you let go of the X button again, he'll grab again. So that's a fast way to go down long ladders like that. You tame him because he's just a giant sweetie. Trico, could you get down though? Buddy, I'm down here. Hi. Yeah, I'm down here. I'm not up there anymore. Can you come down? Thanks. And also, you tame him by promising him food. And when you don't give him food, he gets ornery. There are a few points in the game where he just sits down and refuses to go anywhere if you don't feed him. Trico, do you understand? Yeah, I haven't been removing his spears. It is for a trophy, you need to remove his spears, but honestly, getting intensive care in the same run as Lightning Emissary and Untouchable Emissary can be dangerous because you're dangling around him a lot and he can kick you off. But I guess I'll remove this one. He didn't even let me. A note on giving Trico commands. You can't spam commands with him or he will get very confused and it will take you much longer to complete each puzzle. Give him a command and he will tell you whether he understood it. If he whines or cocks his head, he didn't understand. So try again, maybe with a different command. If he is looking at something after you give him a command, he understood. Give him a minute to figure out where he can apply that command. See? He didn't understand there, so I need to give him that command again. And now he's looking around, trying to understand where I'm talking about, because I'm asking him to jump. So I'm going to face toward the direction I want him to jump and do it again. And now he sees it. He's looking at it, he's rotating his head to let you know that he's locked on to that position. And now he's just positioning his body to make the jump. We're going to do a little skip here. Hop straight for this one. Don't go for the globe. And then rotate around here. You see this little column down below? Drop and immediately try to get over towards it. The boy has landed on it, and now we can hop off. And he won't break his leg with this fall. So we skip hopping across multiple things. We skip hopping down or climbing down this ladder or this chain. And we save a lot of time. If we had fallen straight down, it would have broken his leg and then we would have stood around and done nothing, you know. But even that is faster than going the normal way. Hi, Trico. You want this, my dude? Well, Trico would have to push me through the rest of the game in a wheelchair, huh? He pushes you later in a cage, and that is an absolute nightmare. Lots of people have lots of problems with this particular puzzle. I will show you how to do it. So we're through. Trico can do whatever he wants with that bucket of food goo. So don't be calling his name. Don't be doing anything with Trico right now. Because that would just distract him from what we need him to do later. Trico really likes this thing. This axle doohicker that we're pushing. I don't know why, but he loves it. See, he's coming over towards it. So stop what you're doing, orient yourself toward his food bucket, and tell him to grab, which is his command button plus circle. And this is a command that you can spam, because you need to not only tell him to do it, you need to distract him. And as soon as he orients himself back over towards it, you can go back to pushing this. Don't stop pushing. Never stop pushing, because as soon as Trico lifts this up, if you've stopped, you're not going to be able to push it fast enough. And there we go. Seriously, right, Wolfox? He is ridiculously strong. That thing probably weighs like 300 pounds or something, but he's like, yeah, whatever. I'm a little kid, I got it. Now Trico is paid attention to that thing again. The best thing you can do is give him the stop it command, which is X on PlayStation. I guess, is this a PlayStation only game? I guess it probably is. And call his name. Anything you can do to get him to stop paying attention to it. Sometimes, if he's really stubborn, there is this barrel back here that you can lure him with. You'll see, by the way, that I have 3 butterflies floating around me. That tells you that I'm very close to a barrel. If I walk away a little bit, see, now I've only got 2. That shows that I'm a little further away. So if you know that there's a barrel nearby but you can't quite find it, 3 butterflies tells you you're basically standing on it. 2 is that you're close, and 1 is that there's a barrel nearby. Well, Trico, he backed up as I was jumping. That was not what we wanted. Come here, buddy. But no, seriously, Wolfox, this kid is a beast. He pushes things like that all the time. He falls from ridiculous heights and breaks his leg repeatedly, and then he's just like, I'll walk it off, no problem. And he's like murdering soldiers, ripping off their heads. He's a beast. He's more of a beast than Trico is. Buddy, stop grooming yourself. We gotta go. You do that sometimes? Just rip the heads off of your enemies? No, break both your legs, but carry on. Equally epic. Trico's attention will be focused on these broken mirrors. The best you can do is just try to get his attention to go forward. This is another time when spamming commands is alright, but you see I stopped as soon as I saw that he understood what I was saying. No need to stay on him at this point. He's going to be walking a bit slower than you will. This is a puzzle we can solve without Trico. be careful. Just move a little to the right and backwards here. You can sort of see where the break is going to happen. But then you can just stay out here without having to go all the way backwards. See, Trico just cocked his head. That means he did not understand what I just asked. He's not understanding. Try this. Did that make more sense? Yeah, he got it. I've never broken a bone, Wolfox. I did, however, I was ice skating once, and I fell down and my legs like crossed underneath me as I fell, and instead of breaking my leg, I bruised my bone marrow. I don't know how common that is, but it was a nightmare. I still had to have my leg, like, I still had to be on crutches and everything. Oh, it hurt so bad. Wait for him to take this step and start fluttering his wings. There, you saw his animation sort of clip real quick. That means he's ready. He can drop you. So you need to make sure that he's ready, and you need to make sure as you're jumping towards him, you continue to push forward. Or he will drop you. Or miss you entirely. As soon as this thing starts heading down, we don't need to push it anymore, and we can go back here where it's safe. That was a good grab. We're kind of high up. Climb immediately and do not stop. You want to be as high up on his butt as you can be. Because right there, his legs can clip you and knock you off, and that will kill you and ruin your untouchable emissary trophy. It's important that you do this quickly, because Trico can fall. To be honest, I don't know if that counts as ruining untouchable emissary. I assume it does, because it doesn't show you dying, it shows Trico dying, but I would imagine that since untouchable emissary is no deaths, that would still count. But yeah, Trico can fall. And you see, whenever I'm standing straight up on Trico's back and not holding on, I walk so that he will hold on. You never want to be in the middle of a jump with the boy visibly not holding on. No need to wait for Trico for this. We can just trigger these guys. Oh, the stupid boy. I knew that guy was going to catch me because the boy kept just floundering around. Thanks for stopping by, Wolfox. Have a good day. See ya. You can just fall off. This took me a million years to learn. Like multiple playthroughs to learn. You can just run off and the boy will automatically grab. So that's gone. Trico will come across and fight the soldiers on his own. You could just head across and leave him to it. Head to the left, not straight. And you can actually just jump straight to this without going down the ladder. Oof, those frames, though. Now here again, we're going to calm him down by calling him instead of petting him. Stop right about here. Don't go too far forward because of that eyeball. When Trico comes out and sees it, he'll be like super upset. And it's possible to sort of get him stuck. So he comes over, right? And he comes and looks at the eyeball and he's really upset. He's angry, he's growling, and he's backing up. We want Trico to be over here. And a lot of times what happens is he'll back up, try to follow your command to take you over here, but in doing so he'll step forward, get upset by the eyeball again, and it loops over and over. So the best thing to do is to try to indicate to him as far back as possible that this is what you want. Because see, that it just happened. He stepped forward to turn and do my command, and he got triggered by the eye again. So we're going to be standing on his butt, trying to get him to turn around as far back as possible. Here are 2 great barrels for the trophy where you need to get Trico to catch them. Don't forget to throw those to him instead of throwing them on the ground. But really, any barrels can be thrown to Trico. So that trophy is really not a big deal. It really is best to get this to go as high as you can, because this is a common place to die and lose your untouchable emissary trophy. I know that you can hear me mashing buttons, but don't do that. Okay, so you see, the boy missed the grab. This would invalidate our untouchable emissary trophy, except that I was able to pause in time. This did not count as a death because I was able to get it before the screen faded. So we're good. I told you this was a common place to die. But as I was saying earlier, you hear me mashing buttons, I'm mashing the jump button. Never ever mash the drop button, because then it sort of backs up the triggers, and it might prevent the boy from grabbing. Careful, the camera sort of wants to do like a cinematic rotation there, but it's easy to make you start running diagonal ways and right off the thing. So you can call Trico now. If you want, you can just point him straight forward as well to help him understand where he needs to go. And as soon as Trico hops over here, the camera really wants me to look at something else. Straight onto his back. His back is a good place to land. The boy will never ever break his leg if you land on Trico's back. And we are approaching, or rather we are still in, a very common death trap for untouchable emissary. See, the boy is not holding on. That's a dangerous place to be. Because there is no hold button. See, now he is, so I feel a bit better letting him go. So any of those jumps can be problematic if the boy is not holding on. Okay. I would say half of my speed runs, I die here. Be careful. You want to be on Trico's side. You want to be on his left side. Because his foot's going to go through the floor. And you with it. It's his left side, not your left. So your right. Because his right leg goes through the floor. In that situation where the bridge is breaking there, if you can't grab onto Trico for whatever reason, and he's starting to leave without you, restart then, instead of continuing to try to grab him. Because you don't need to fall and die in order for that to count as a death. As soon as the screen starts to fade, it will count as a death, and that screen will start to fade as he's still running away from you. So it happens sooner than you think it does, and it's an unfortunate loss of your untouchable emissary. The boy got stuck on this corner. I hate this puzzle so much. Because now it's going to be so hard to get past him again. As soon as these guys are shooting these things at you, you're safer than average because it takes them a little bit of time to start chasing you again. So if you're afraid that you're not going to be able to make it past a suit of armor, wait for them to start doing that. And I give you that little tip to get past suits of armor, but this guy up ahead is just a nightmare, and I'm not gonna lie. Best thing to do is try to run behind him, but as you can see, that rarely works. Oh, I hate this guy so much. Alright, the correct path is go straight, go straight, go diagonal. You can hop across these to be faster. Highly do not recommend. That's an easy way to lose your untouchable emissary. There is a way to do this faster. I will show you, but I don't recommend it unless you are extremely hard pressed for time. That's why I don't recommend it. Because you see, I landed on Trico's back, but the boy didn't grab. That was very nearly a death. But in an ideal world, you see that the boy landed on Trico's back, which is pretty close to like being done with this whole puzzle. You can hop over this way and just grab the ladder to make it faster. No need to wait for Trico. So this is basically the midway point of the game. And you see we're at an hour and a half. And we need to be under 5 hours, so that would be, you know, 3:30. It's a little less than midpoint though, so we're not actually going to get a 3:30. We're probably going to get closer to like a 4:10. Or I guess it'll even be a little bit more than that because we're not doing speed running. This would be the halfway point for a speed run, like an official competitive speed run, but not in this case. I will, however, show you how to cheat this. You do not need to take this up here and like throw it across. Walk up here, walk behind you, and up these. Now it looks like you can't make it up here, but with a little bit of patience and a little bit of wiggling, you can. See? So then you head up this way and head up this way. So that saves you a lot of time from having to throw that barrel across multiple platforms and potentially, you know, dropping it and all that. When Trico is sitting down like this, the easiest way to feed him is to keep it in your hands and stand very close to him. And as I say that, he doesn't eat it. seems to be having a hard time with this one, so we'll just let him figure that out while I take some of these spears out. As far as spears for untouchable, or I'm sorry, for intensive care, try to remove the blood spots too. Because, first of all, when Trico gets hit with spears, do not progress. You know, I said that earlier. Because it counts as a failure of intensive care if you trigger the next checkpoint while Trico still has spears in him. So as soon as Trico gets spears, stop, get on him and don't let him walk forward, and take those spears out. But it's also helpful to, if you pet Trico in the areas where he has blood on his feathers, the blood will go away. And it's helpful to do that because later he might have a spear where you can't see the actual spear under the feathers, but you can see the blood. So if you keep him clean of blood, it's easier to get that intensive care trophy. There's a hole in the floor here that can be hard to see, and another one here. Stand all the way in this back corner. It's real hard to get Trico lined up with this, so standing in that back corner is as good as you can do. Don't wait until you're on Trico's back to tell him to jump. As soon as you're on him, you can tell him to jump. And he did jump. Good guy. He didn't understand, but he jumped. So see, he's jumping, he's following my instructions, but he's not understanding. Now he understands. He's locked on to that place that I want him to be, but he can't figure out how to get up there. So don't give him another command. Just wait. Because see, he's orienting his body to be able to make that jump. If you're very lucky and you get Trico to understand you and just go right away, you can skip this cutscene. Usually doesn't happen, so don't worry about it. No, he's not really going fast enough. Yeah, there's the cutscene. This, I am fairly confident, does count towards your Lightning Emissary time, which is nice if you can skip it, but really it's not that long, don't worry about it. So see, again, I'm standing on the flat of Trico's back, so I started to walk forward so that I would for sure have something to hold on to. I'm holding now, though, so it's fine. Now, I would not recommend doing this in the same run as Untouchable Emissary. It's fine in a run where you're just doing Lightning Emissary. If you're doing Untouchable Emissary, go down Trico's tail. If you don't care about dying, do that. Make sure you really line it up with the rope though, or the boy will either miss entirely or he'll grab it and then let go. Nothing particularly much to say here, so let's hop back for a minute to intensive care trophy, removing all the spears. As I was saying, clear off the blood, because the blood, new blood, can tell you where a spear is without you actually being able to see the spear, and that can help you to prevent failing. Check Trico's chest. He has a very deep chest, like the front of his chest under his face. He has a very deep chest, and spears go in there deeper than they do elsewhere, so they kind of hide under his feathers. So the areas to check are his chest, his armpits, right underneath his tail, like by his butt, and underneath his wings. Those are the places where they tend to hide the most and they're not immediately visible. You should never do, if you want the best chance of doing intensive care successfully, don't do it in any sort of run where you're pressed for time. It's best, honestly, to do it in the same run where you're trying to get all the hints, because you are waiting around for a long time in that run. So after every encounter with enemies, whether or not you saw them have spears, like even if you think they just had swords, check Trico everywhere. Start on his shoulder and go in a U shape from shoulder to butt to shoulder, and then go straight from his chin to his chest, and then go under him, and then specifically climb over his butthole. That to me has been the most successful way to find all of the spears. Now this thing's gonna fall as soon as this lets go, like this thing's gonna tip. You don't need to push any buttons. Just let go of the controller and the boy will slide down. And now that he's down here, if you hit X, which is the button to let go, hold X and the boy will continue to slide. Now let go of holding X and he'll grab right at the end. That was an accident. Really, boy? This is the part that I was alluding to earlier when I was talking about how important it is to always be moving when you're on Trico's back and you're not obviously holding on. Going up this tower, of all of the places that I have died in all of my speedruns of The Last Guardian, this tower is the most common. Alright, Trico is understanding. He's just taking a minute. So you see I'm standing and the boy is not holding on to anything. When Trico starts flapping, I'm going to start to move. And when he jumps, I just push up as hard as I can to get the boy to grab. Because if we, many times, if the boy is just standing like he is now and Trico jumps, the boy stays exactly where he is and Trico just sort of whoosh, like slides out from underneath him. So Trico needs our help here. Okay. Love it. I mean, checkpoint's right here anyway. So you see, it's entirely possible to mess up a lot and still get your untouchable emissary trophy. If you should fall from Trico on this tower, reload your checkpoint, because it is nearly impossible to get him back to you if he leaves without you. Okay, wait for Trico to do the little flutter and reset to show that he's ready. And now, see, we've got him sort of locked into a repeated cycle of motion that says that he's ready. Drop and continue to push towards him. This, in my experience, has been the most common place where Trico has missed me. Such a pain getting, like, off of his tail here. There. Now, I usually don't need to push any buttons to tell Trico where to go from here. He tends to just know. So maybe don't overwhelm him if it seems like he's gonna be going where you need anyway. And as you can see, I'm constantly readjusting myself on his back to give myself the best chances of not being surfboarded out from under. This is a dangerous place to be. I was holding on, but I was sort of glitching through him. If you notice that you're doing that, you're much more susceptible to the boy just letting go randomly. Or getting caught on, like, the rocks that we're walking around and being pushed off. It truly does not behoove you to try to get Trico to go faster in this section. It's very easy to confuse him. I don't know if you noticed there, but the boy was not going to hold on until I pushed up, and then he just grabbed suddenly, which is why it's important to do that. It can be challenging to get out of this tree as well. So let me give you a little rundown on how that works. I just had a notification pop up. I hope you guys didn't hear that too, because it probably blasted your ear out. I'll know in just a second. Oh, yep. You did hear it, despite me turning off system sounds in 3 places. So what we're going to do first is we're going to call Trico, and he's going to hop up here, and he's going to be like, I want to help you, bro, but I don't know how. So just keep calling him to make sure that he knows where you are. If you'd like, and I found that it helps, tell him to jump. Because see, he wants to help, he can't reach. So tell him to jump and keep calling his name. And he'll figure out, hey, maybe I can jump over and grab you from the tree. He can't quite reach, so this always has to happen. Now, again, you can call his name and then tell him to jump. It's fine to spam jump here, because that's really his only option. But now you see he's lining it up, so it's alright to stop. He makes it up here, and now we're trying to get his tail. The boy can wiggle like this, but realistically that's not super helpful. You want to be hitting the circle button, which is the grab button. And Trico's going to be inching towards you. And what you want to do is, yep, just swing with all your might while holding the grab button. The boy will eventually grab if you don't hit the grab button, but it's faster if you do hit the grab button. It feels better to do that wiggly jiggly thing because it seems like you're accomplishing more, but you're really not. If you can, if Trico lets you, hop just like that. And then we're going to meet Trico sort of down there. But as you can see, we don't actually have to. We opened this door earlier because we were here earlier. And here's another example of a little exploit I can show you guys to speed up your run. You do not need to run this up here, throw it across, catch it before it rolls down, throw it across. You know how that goes. just go over here, and you see this little, there's this big rock right in front of the boy, and then this little one. Just hook yourself up on this little one. There's more than one way to hook yourself up here. There you go. And then you can just throw this straight across. I will be honest, that's the longest that has ever taken me. So, probably didn't seem like it saved that much time, but every other time I've done it, it's been completely instant. If you land on Trico, you won't break your leg, so always try to prioritize landing on him. And since he's hurt, best option is to give him this by hand. You want to be on him right away. It's a shorter climb. And he's good, and he already seems to know where he wants to go. So since he's indicating with his head that he knows where he wants to go, we're not going to give him any commands, because that will confuse him and possibly slow us down. See, he still knows where he wants to go, so... I almost got pushed off of him by his ear. Which is why it's important that you never let go of the controller, even if he seems to be doing his own thing. Now here, he understands where to go, but doesn't understand how to get there, so it's best to give him a command. Because you see, he looked back at me to say, I'm a little confused, can you help? And I'm not making these up. These cues that he gives you are built into the game to tell you what Trico is thinking. Now here's a little bit of a risky strategy as well. He's having a hard time figuring out where I'm asking him to go. The normal strategy here would be to climb down his tail and into that little tunnel there. If you are willing to take the risk in exchange for the saved time, or if you don't care about untouchable emissary, I can tell you that if you miss that, you do not have a lot of time to restart. So once you're getting the feeling you're not going to make it, or if the boy lets go, immediately you need to be hitting the start button to bring up the menu, because you do not have a lot of time. This is an untouchable emissary killer. The end of this platform right here does not exist. So a lot of times you'll be running towards it and you'll sort of begin to fall before you think you do, and you won't make this jump. So you need to be careful, and you need to have you need to be paying attention so that you're particularly aware of being ready to hit the start button to restart. Brycey! Bryce! Stop that. My dog is chewing on himself. You can start calling Trico as soon as you are near this area. I'm gonna knock that guy over so he can't pick up the mirror again. It's alright that this guy has grabbed me. It'll encourage Trico to come over, despite there being another mirror guy. However, if Trico doesn't come very soon, then we are in trouble. It's alright that he picked up the mirror. Trico's coming. Hey, buddy. There's a barrel up here through this gate. If you want to give it to Trico. But we're going to be moving on. There's also a barrel. Go back and grab the heads of one of those guys and put it on this suit of armor. It'll bring him to life, and there's a barrel behind him. You see the butterflies. Obviously, I'm not calling out all of the barrels. That's for a different run. But I'm calling out the ones that people tend to forget about or not know are there. Okay, I'm going to give Trico this command as I'm heading up so he can start working on lining this up. Okay, Trico is confused, so what we're going to do is give him the stop command. That will clear him of all the commands that we've given him and let us start fresh. You can just hop off of him right into here if you want. Saves a little bit of time. He needs to trigger this first. He made it. Okay. Now he's already gone. Straight down here. Try not to push forward. Might push you a little too far forward to land on his back anymore. This handlebar will break, so don't bother with it. Just go with this one. So now you see that sort of flattened out a little bit. You don't need to push it way far ahead so that Trico follows as it's like coming backwards. As long as you get it onto that flat area, Trico's head will be far enough forward that you can land on this bridge. I know a lot of people tend to think that they need to push that cart really far forward so that Trico goes all the way past that bridge, and then you have time to climb him and get on his head before he makes it all the way back. This is another spot that people tend to have problems getting Trico to do what they need. And the issue, I think, with that stems from overwhelming Trico. You really don't need to do that much. Start with pushing this into the water. Now we're going to be pushing this over wherever the heck the boy takes it, because that's how push physics works in this game. But it's alright, we're not in any particular rush because Trico needs to sort of do his own little thing. Okay, so where is Trico? He's broken nothing. So call him. Once you start getting over towards this pillar in the corner, get off this box, boy. Once you start getting over to that pillar, you can start calling Trico, and it'll get him to come over here. We need him to come over here because we need him to break these pieces in the floor that he's walking on. He's almost got them. So there go the pieces. As soon as he's got those broken, we have an opportunity for his tail to come through the floor. But we need him to turn around. He can see us through this hole, and he's very happy about that. So he's going to be looking at us if we call him, and that's going to put his tail in the right position to come through the floor. Unfortunately, after this, there's not much we can really do except for keep calling Trico and getting him to move. Once you head back over here, stop calling him, or he'll turn around. So right now we don't need to call him anymore. We just need to wait for him to jiggle enough for his tail to come down. If it really seems, as it does here, like nothing is going to happen, you can go over and sort of call him again to really get him to try to jiggle. And there you go. If you are looking for the hint for this room, do not climb his tail. Once you touch his tail, you will no longer be able to get the hint. See, I would not be able to leave this place unaided. If you, like, even if you leave and then go back down there, the hint will never trigger again. Hey! Nice to see ya. Were you able to finally accomplish what you wanted to in The Last Guardian? Or like where are you at the moment? No need to stay out here with Trico while he deals with these guys, because he'll take care of it. These boxes will go wherever these boxes want to go, so who knows. The push physics in this game is just, tasty. You can, if you just stand here for a second, you can place this right up on the box. I've seen a lot of people just keep, like, they push the other box across so that they're next to each other and then try to throw the barrel on top of the box and then throw it out. If you just stand there for a minute, it'll let you place it. No, 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 don't you go flying off the edge. These are the final holes for the collared trophy. All 6 of them count. And I do believe at that point you should have 9. You should have 2 from the very first place that Trico can get his head stuck after you knock the pillar down, and you have 1 from when he helped you up into the ceiling after the first cage. I'm going to give Trico the command now, in the hopes that he will begin to figure it out. He did not. That's okay. Yeah, hopefully your dashboard trick works. Being on any of Trico's extremities, his tail, the thinner parts of his leg by his feet, up on his neck by his ears, all of the things like that tend to lead to things just like you experienced where the boy just sort of lets go. But at the same time, being in the middle of Trico's back, the boy tends not to hold on, and so you get left behind or thrown off. I personally used to use this guy as the soldier for the get off my back trophy. Let me knock him down real quick and I'll show you. It can be challenging, but there's no door for him to carry you into, which is why I would use him. So if you're concerned about a soldier carrying you into a door, this is the place to try to do that trophy. As you can see, I can't particularly get him to turn around right now because he keeps landing towards the wall, but let me see if once he starts shooting things at me. There you go. So once you're on these guys' back, wiggle to the right a little, wiggle to the left a little, and just keep doing that. See, when he gets up on one leg like that, start going the other direction. And this is how you get the get off my back trophy. I will not be able to get it because I'm playing on an account where I've already gotten all the trophies, but that's how that works. You need to stay on his back for 30 seconds in order to get that trophy, by the way. But just left, right, I mean, really, it's more like right, right, right until he wiggles, then left, left, left until he wiggles, and so on and so forth. Be careful here. Trico wants to pick you up and put you on his back. Watch. 50% chance I'll fall off. We got lucky. If you can help it, don't let him do that. Because the boy tends not to grab on, and that's a death and a loss of your untouchable emissary trophy. Yeah, sure. That's also a good place to do it. I was nervous the first time that I did it because I was doing it during an untouchable emissary run, so I didn't want to be like around any guys that could take me to a door, you know. So I chose that guy in that hallway just now, even though in the grand scheme of things that's one of the harder places to do it. It's harder, it's just safer. There's a barrel on the other side of this Coliseum if you are on the search for barrels. And a guy coming out here with a mirror. The boy can pick up these mirrors. It doesn't really matter, but he can. Alright, step one is get Trico down here, which we did. And as I said before, Trico will help you if you get picked up, so oftentimes it's better to get picked up. You can grab these guys by the head as well, and that is a trophy. Pop off their heads. It's also a great way to help Trico to finish the fight. Okay, so again, we're going to calm Trico down by calling, not by petting. And then we're going to tell him to use that gear. Use is the right command, not like go toward or anything. As soon as, excuse me Trico, buddy, you're sort of in the way. As soon as both parts of this catapult are in the sunlight, that's far enough. Trico seems to enjoy the small end more than the big end. And again, I told him to use. Sometimes telling him to shove is enough as well, but... yeah, the commands... yeah, R1 and triangle is to jump. R1 and X is to tell Trico to stop doing what he's doing. You can... hey, thanks for the follow! I might have missed that, or I might have been late on that. It's a bit... I run my stream with a delay so that I can have sort of like an instant replay if I just look over. But R1 and X is to tell Trico to stop. You can stop Trico from doing something you don't want him to do, like sniffing the ground, if you want him to just to be paying attention to you. Or I can think of a few sections where there's a lot of jumps in a row that Trico is making, and sometimes he kind of wants to turn around and start going backwards, and R1 and X will tell Trico, stop, don't do that. It will erase sort of all the commands you've given him and let you start over. R1 and circle is grab or interact with. You can use that to get Trico to grab that hanging food barrel to lift up the gate earlier on in the game. I just used it to get him to use that gear and to hit me on the catapult. And R1 and square is shove. The only time that you really use R1 and square is when you're in the cage and he's pushing you around. But honestly, even in that situation, it's better to use R1 and the directional button to just tell him to push you forward. I don't really use shove. I'm trying to think of a single time that I use shove. Trico, where are you? Are you coming? But as far as my comment earlier about pulling the heads off of the armor, that trophy is called Losing Their Minds, and it's best done like toward the end of the game, because there's a ton of suits of armor at the end of the game that you will be helping Trico fight, and that's a good opportunity. Yes, you're right. That is a good time to use shove. I tend to forget about it because I demonstrated it earlier. I'm going to upload this this run to YouTube, so you'll be able to see what you've missed. But by the way, there's a barrel back here. Don't forget, if you want to give Trico barrels, there's one. Earlier in this run, when we got to the part where you first learn commands for Trico, the part that you mentioned where you're breaking the barrels, or the box, you can skip that entire part, which really helps with Lightning Emissary, obviously. And I demonstrated that earlier. So later when I upload it to YouTube, you can check out what I'm talking about. No need to wait for Trico, at least for this puzzle. Trico is already locked on to getting out of the water, so there's nothing we could do to make him go faster. We have to let him finish the action he's on. I could have given him the R1 and X command to stop. If you're talking about the bridge skip, as in like the White Tower skip that I do where I like jump from one side of the bridge to the other and land on an invisible wall, unless you are particularly good with that, which I am not, I would not recommend that for Lightning Emissary, because it'll take you the same amount of time to get it as it will to just do the White Tower. Like for this run, I'm just going to do the White Tower. Because that White Tower skip is a competitive speedrun strategy. And it is completely a nightmare to pull off. But if you can do it, like, by all means. I just personally am not particularly great at it. For this part, you can get stuck here with Trico not really listening to what you're doing. Don't call him. At least not for a while. You can do this whole first part of this puzzle by yourself. Only start calling Trico once you're in this room, because he'll already be set up where he needs to be, whereas if you had called him earlier, he'll be coming and like swimming towards you and trying to help you instead of trying to get out of the water. Now Trico's right here, so keeping him right here next to where he needs to be is the priority. He has understood where he's supposed to go, so no more commands. But going back to what you said, those barrel skips, really helpful. Those are a great way to save time for Lightning Emissary. And those are not that hard, really. Yeah, that's the White Tower skip that sounds like you're talking about. I found it easier personally to jump from the left to the right into that like V of the beams. But the current world record holder, yeah, does it the way that you describe, with jumping around a beam and then just walking up. And I mean, yeah, if you can do that consistently, that's a great way to save time. It is a huge time save. If you can do the White Tower skip, you save about 6 minutes of in-game time, because that's about how long it takes to just do the White Tower normally, which I am going to do the White Tower normally this time through. It's not hard, it just takes time. And obviously doing the White Tower skip in the same run where you're doing Untouchable Emissary is dangerous, because the consequence of failing the White Tower skip is death 9 times out of 10. I mean, you can still land on the bridge if you miss the White Tower skip, but like I said, 9 times out of 10 you're flying off the side. Yeah, backups are really nice. If you have gotten to the White Tower and you have a good time as far as Lightning Emissary is concerned, by all means, back it up and keep trying the White Tower skip, because you can just reload your previous good save. But I think that you'll find today, even though I've done a lot of stopping and explaining, we're still going to be very close to having gotten the Lightning Emissary trophy. Good lord, I can't talk. What am I doing with my life here? Are we talking about a different skip? Maybe. Maybe I'm not visualizing what you're talking about, right? Because I'm talking still about the bridge with the 2 mirrors, like you said, where all the guys come out and then you like can't move until Trico comes to save you. Let's see if we can get this to work. I seem to recall you said that you had a hard time with this, and sometimes it is a little finicky. The Trico was already keyed in on that tree, which is why he didn't follow us. If you're having a hard time getting around him that way, because he keeps focusing on you, or she, I suppose, wait for her to back up like she's going to run into the tree. Because then she's locked into that action and she can't stop. Oh, boy. Ugh. Boy, what are you even tripping on, you dumbhead? This part can be so frustrating. I love it, like, cinematically, but getting the boy to just climb up this, and that happens to me all the time. There's an invisible wall there that can push you back down onto the floor, as it almost just did me. You don't need to wait for the Trico's head the first time, as long as you're fast enough. As if calling this Trico would make it come. Now let's see how well we cope with this cage puzzle. It's a speedrun killer. I can tell you what to do to make this puzzle as fast as possible. That does not always mean that that's what's going to happen. But I can tell you how to do it. This part doesn't matter. She'll just beat you around and you don't need to move anywhere. Because you have an automatically set position later. So it doesn't make a difference. So we just sort of wander around. The narrator will say that it seems like I waited an eternity or whatever, and that's kind of why you wait an eternity. So it doesn't matter where you go. Just be moving a little bit to trigger the narrator. Make it seem like you're trying to solve the puzzle. Imagine getting knocked off like while you're in the cage. I wonder if that's possible. It's never happened to me, but I don't see why it wouldn't be possible. I wonder if they even have like a separately programmed like shout that he makes or something as he falls. Because you can't roll off. They make it so that you can't roll off. My dog has been activated. He was sleeping all day. Which means he needs to go out. Which means once we get to the long cutscene where Trico tries to wake you up, that's the second cage. I'll dip out for a minute to take care of the dog. Okay, as soon as you have control of the boy, you want to take the boy over this way as much as possible to right about here. Anywhere from like where the end of the chain is on the left to where we are now is a good place to be. Dog, why are you snorkeling over here in the background? Okay, so Trico is gonna come and look at you and figure out what's happening. And there's nothing we can do for right now to get him to do anything for us. He needs to go through this little, oh, I miss you, I don't know how to help you bit. And he's going to sniff around as well. So the best we can do for now is just explain to him that we want to go this way. Hi, sweetie. I know. I want to pet you too. Because see, even if we tell him stop it, he won't. Okay, now Trico is focused on us. So I'm telling him that I want to go this way. And he got confused. So let's try shove. He didn't really understand shove. Well, come on. Okay, so it looks like shove and interact work to get him to move the cage. Good job, Trico. Thanks for moving me out of my position. That's cool. So that's why I say I can tell you what to do in this situation, but I can't tell you that it will work. Because it depends on how the cage interacts with Trico's face and things like that. He understood shove and interact, which is R1 in square and R1 in circle, just fine, so. But as you can see, the reason that we wanted to be where we were placed is that it lines us up in a straight line between the wall and the like pillar that's over on the side there. It's real easy to get stuck on that pillar So you want to be as centered as you can be. And as far as speed runs are concerned, like if this was competitive, I would be happy with that cage puzzle. That was relatively fast. Alright, we did not get stuck on this cage. Getting these two sort of intertwined is basically everybody's worst nightmare. But I would like to get this in here before Trico comes over, because then he wants to stand in front of you and love you, and then you can't get it in here. The world record is 3 hours and 19 minutes. Whoa, did you see that? So this area, great opportunity for the trophy that hits the spot, which is the trophy where you have to hit armor with barrels. Because we're gonna toss this armor, or this piece of armor to this armor guy. Grab this barrel, and wait for him to start casting his magic. Then we can just walk past him. In an ideal world, we walk up here and he doesn't grab us. So for that trophy, you can just stand here and chuck this barrel at him and just keep doing that over and over and over again until you get the trophy. So this is one of the most recommended places for that hits the spot if you need it. My PB is 3 hours and 47 minutes. There's still a lot of strategies that the world record user, or the world record holder used that I didn't, because I was sort of running it semi-casually. But my PB still takes third. And also at the time I was having a problem with my PlayStation, which was why I stopped at just third place. Whoa, buddy. And I was gonna come back, well, I am gonna come back to try to take the world record once my PlayStation is fixed. Because right now, it isn't loading right. My loading screens are insanely long. And obviously, the world record is real time, so when your loading screens are insanely long, that basically cripples you. But yeah, 3 hours and 19 minutes. The world record holder's name is Satsu. He's from Japan. His run is just amazing. Yeah, it is a really big gap. There's a big gap between the top 3 and the ones below, and a big gap between third and first. You know what I mean? Second is 330-ish. I want to say 329. But yeah, some of what Satsu does is very, very skillful. And when I build my speed runs, because obviously I do speed running for a lot of video games, when I build my speed runs, I build them in pieces. So my PB time of third place included about 2/3 of the things, as far as skips and glitches and everything, that I wanted to include in a final run. So we can certainly catch Satsu. But another thing with The Last Guardian, you know, it has a lot to do with how Trico is that day. Especially toward the end, when you're fighting all of those soldiers. Whether or not Trico's AI understands that soldiers are still alive, or whether he's just, you know, hopping around like a bozo and not really helping, makes a big difference. So the best you can do is just hope for a good run with the elements you can't control as well. Now we need to get Trico over here and focused on us as quickly as possible, or else he's gonna start sniffing and lose track of what he's doing. So we got him over here. As soon as we're on him, tell him to jump. And he'll start lining that up while we get to climb him. Yeah, it's a combination, like you said, of... I do think Trico is better on New Game Plus. I agree. And it's a matter of learning to control him better, too. Because when you spam him with commands, and when you... Like, if you want him to stand up on a wall so you can climb up on his head and go through a doorway, if you tell him jump and then he doesn't do it immediately, so you tell him walk, you overwhelm him, and that confuses him. See, like right now he's not understanding, so I'm going to tell him stop to clear out all of his commands, and then we're going to try again. Boy, he is really having a hard time. What's your problem, bud? Like he's just staring at the floor. What? Is that a nice rock? You like that rock, buddy? Hi. Can you pay attention to me now? Do you want to go? There you go. Well, sort of. But like things like that, right? To some extent, I have no control over that. Because we're going up there. Well, you got it? You got it? While your head is up. Okay, he's got it. Whew. But things like that, in a speed run, just resetting to reset his AI is not necessarily helpful, because it, you know, it takes you backwards if you weren't at an opportune point for a checkpoint. So you just have to hope that you have a good speed run, not only in the things that you do, but in the things that Trico does. Chico already understands where he wants to go, so no commands from me. I keep forgetting I have Cheez-Its over here. That's a risky thing to do to save like 5 seconds, but it does save time. Okay, we're getting to the point where that cutscene is going to happen and I'm going to go take the dog out. So I'm beginning to take things off of my lap. As before, with the cage room, calling Trico is what makes him come down into the room. He won't come if you don't call. I am in a competitive speed run. You jump down here and reload the checkpoint because there are soldiers down here, see? But reloading will put Trico right in front of you. I'm not going to do that here though, because as I said earlier, you should never have to resort to competitive speedrunning strategies to get Lightning Emissary. The second cage that we're in now is the best point to do keep on running, where you avoid Trico for, is it 2 minutes? That seems like a long time. It's the widest of the arenas. The best way to do it is to wait until he hops and then run zigzag back and forth. But we, obviously for Lightning Emissary, we want to get caught. Try not to stand near the edges like I just did, because Trico can push you through the barrier and to your death. So if you're going for untouchable emissary, not a good place to be. Three minutes? That is ridiculous. I remember it being hard when I did it, but I don't remember it being 3 minutes. I wonder if you could just hop onto Trico. I've never tried that. Okay, here's that cutscene, so if you will excuse me for un momento, I'm gonna go take my dog out. This is the longest cutscene in the game, so I have time. Come on, Bryce. Brycey, let's go. Bryce, why? Oh, dog. Well, yeah, that was your fault. Don't wipe it on everything. Oh, it's over. Oh, God. Oh, this is great. I let my dog out, right? Because I said I was going to do this during this cutscene. He got skunked. Oh, the whole house, it smells so bad. What are you supposed to do? Put him in a bath of ketchup or something? Bryce, don't wipe it on the couch. I'm finishing this speedrun tutorial. I'm finishing, despite this awful smell and despite the fact that Bryce is making our whole house smell like melted plastic. Well... Oh! Bryce, man. Oh, this is awful. I could taste it. My eyes burn. This is what I anticipated today. Bryce, you seem quite jolly for having that happen to you. Right, well, we're back to controlling the boy. Oh, ads? I think ads are automatically enabled for people who don't have 50 or more followers. Sorry. But seriously though, how does one get rid of skunk smell? Well, if you missed me talking about some things, you probably missed me talking about how my dog just got skunked and now our entire house smells like melted plastic. Like he just got skunked like 2 minutes ago while I had him out in the cutscene. Oh, my eyes are watering. But glitches. Yeah, about dropping down and hanging, right? Oh. I remember trying to do the hanging glitch, and it just never worked. He just pushed me off no matter what. I ended up just doing it like sort of the normal way by whoopsie. Just running back and forth. Okay, either the smell of the skunk is getting better. Yeah, I told you I was letting my dog out, right? And then he got skunked. He chased a skunk under the porch and got skunked while we were in that cutscene. Either the smell is getting better. Bryce, get down. Get down. Get off. Don't contaminate our blankets, at least. Either the smell's getting better or my nose hairs are just burning off and I don't smell it anymore. I live in Michigan. I haven't seen a skunk in our yard so far, which didn't make me think that this was going to be a problem. But no, of course he chased that feller right underneath the porch and got nailed right in the face. Really? It's slang for like drug stuff? That was not what happened. He got sprayed with skunk juice, is what I mean. Well, yeah, it's a livable stench now. My eyes aren't burning anymore. The dog doesn't seem like anything happened. He's literally wandering around, just whatever, being happy. I mean, he's like rubbing himself. Bryce, no, Bryce, get down, get down. I don't want him on the blankets at least. But he doesn't care. My mouth tastes like rancid onions. This is a new experience for me. No, I'm just sort of running commentary here. I tend to have viewers who like to lurk, so not as many comments. I'm sure this is gonna make my fiance's weekend. He's at work. Like, I work at home. And I'm done with my work for the day. But he does not know that this happened, and he's gonna come home to a house that smells like rancid onions and plastic. It's nice to know that the dog has wiped it on literally everything, though. But to be fair, I feel like if we had people over, they would be much more likely to understand that, like, hey, our dog got, like, smelly from a skunk, than, like, our house just stinks, you know? Really? You can hear Trico's heartbeat? I know that sometimes, especially when he's hurt, you can feel his heartbeat in the PlayStation controller. But I didn't know you could hear it too. Pricey! Bryce, come here. You're out of my sight, and I don't trust what you're rubbing the skunk smell onto. Brycey, come here. It's over. Hi, buddy. I just, mostly I don't want him to go into the reptile room smelling like a skunk. Oh, well, geez, Trigo, geez, excuse me. So this is what I mean by the White Tower skip, and I'm assuming it's what you're talking about as well. Most people stand about here and then just like hop around this beam like that. I can't believe I got that so fast. And then you just walk up and hop up there. But I'm gonna do it the normal way. My version is just I stand over here and go across that way, like that. I didn't get it that time, but what are you doing there, boy? That's how I climb. But yeah, going across just makes more sense to me. Actually, like what I just did there was the fastest I've ever gotten the one where you just go straight instead of across. But that's what I mean about it being dangerous. Because, like, I tried to not die there. I tried to pause and I didn't have time. But I'll just do it the normal way because, like I said before, you don't need any competitive speedrunning strats to get Lightning Emissary. You did ask me what reptiles I have. I have a blue-tongued skink, who is sleeping at the moment, and a Dumeral's boa, who is 6 feet long, and a colony of dubia roaches to feed to the skink. And we are just getting ready to introduce a tegu to our home. The tegu will be a male Chacoan, so he should get to be about 5 feet long, about 20 pounds. He's gonna be my little buddy. They're all my little buddies. I should caution those who were talking about untouchable emissary. This is an easy place to die. These platforms are slippery and have sort of hazy edges, so be careful and be ready to pause very quickly because you don't have a lot of time between when you start to fall and when it counts as a death. Yeah, I don't have any beardies, but I know a lot of people who do, and they are very sweet. We used to have one as a class pet. It was a rescue because it only had 3 legs, so his name was Tripod. The smell's getting worse again. And Bryce isn't even doing anything, he's just laying in front of the window now. How long does skunk smell last? Please don't say it's until we put something on it, because he's been everywhere. That sounds like an axolotl. Is that what it was? Like a lizardy dragonfish? Head back toward the middle here. Walk for as long as you can. The closer you get to them, the less time they have to spend getting to you, so... Yeah, I've always kind of wanted an axolotl, but my fiance thinks they're kind of ugly. I think they're cute. He likes other reptiles and stuff, though. He's just not a particular fan of axolotls. Bryce, please don't dig up the carpet to embed your skunk smell even more. One of the easiest places to die if you're working for Untouchable Emissary. Yeah, thanks for joining. It was good to have you. I'll upload this later to YouTube if anything that I've said in it is helpful. I'm just enjoying playing through it, so. And there were others too who were a bit confused with the trophies, so for their benefit as well, it'll be on YouTube. But it was good talking with you. Have a good day. And thanks for the follow as well. Bryce, stop digging up the floor. No, no, no. Bryce, get down. Get down. Bryce, get down. I don't want you on that blanket, buddy. I'm sorry, but it's not my fault that you got sprayed in the face with a skunk. Now he's upset. Trico missed me. The reason that he missed me was because I did that too fast. I needed to give Trico a little bit more time. Yeah, for sure. Good luck on your Last Guardian achievements. Try not to let him pet or ask for pets here, because he'll push you out the window sometimes. Trico, move your chonky feet, bro. Okay, top of the stairs. Head down the stairs. I think it might be up. There's a barrel. Sort of up those stairs. Make sure either if you're gonna throw that barrel to Trico that you are sure he's ready for it, or that you just put it down for him to grab, because it'll roll down that staircase and then you'll never get it again. And as before, as Trico starts jumping, we'll start to walk to make sure that we have a firm hold on him. I knew that was going to happen. I could feel it coming. That's why I was ready to pause. It's easiest here if you stand here and tell Trico to jump and then get on him, instead of doing it once you're on him. If you land on this pillar, usually it's not enough to break your leg. Of course it was this time, because I was trying to make a point how it wasn't. Land on that. That'll definitely keep you safe. Okay, so Trico doesn't need your help here. You can leave and it's fine. Get out of my way. Get. See, he took care of him and then he's already here. Now there's a bit we can do here to speed this up. And it's not very hard, so highly recommended for your Lightning Emissary run. First of all, jump toward the female Trico's butt. Don't jump on your Trico. The same rule applies. Even though she has armor on, and it looks like it might break your leg, it won't. Landing on a Trico is safe, basically. Because if you jump on your Trico there, you're way further away from this lever than you need to be. So Trico's gonna drag her down. You can head out the door a little bit, but don't keep hitting forward because it'll switch your orientation and you'll fall off the side. See, now you're backwards. So here's where the big time save is. Hop around here, hang from here, and then drop straight down and push in. Just like that, the fight's over. Now you can jump on Trico. Sometimes, be careful. I was actually very close to a death there. You can land on Trico and it will still count as a death. Try to land as close to the middle of his body and towards his stomach as you can. That's the only time where landing on Trico is a death. I hate how it changes the camera angle every time. Now we can put these in front of Trico, but he won't eat them. So for now we're just saving ourselves time later having to go get these. He might try to eat them, see, but he won't be able to. Camera. Do not go up there, Bryce. I'm not going to tell you again. Tree, go. If you are looking for the Balancing Barrels trophy, this is the place to do it. Get around that. As you can see, there are 2 barrels right here, very easily accessible, and the entire room is flat. The Balancing Barrels trophy requires you to put one barrel on top of another and walk with them together like that for like 10 meters or something. Always try to land on Trico, and you won't break your legs. Trico needs you to feed these to him in order to successfully eat them, injured as he is. But yeah, aside from Balancing Barrels trophy, we've got 3 trophies left that we haven't already accomplished. The creaking you hear in the background is my dog furiously making his bed because 10 minutes ago he got sprayed by a skunk while I let him out during a cutscene, and now he's miserable. I'm miserable too, to be fair. Because my whole house smells like melted plastic and rotten onions. Where did this final barrel go? When I threw it. Draco, where did it go, buddy? Oh, there it is. If you are not trying for the intensive care trophy, you may not have been taking spears out of Trico this whole time. In which case, if it doesn't let you progress, if Trico eats this barrel and the cutscene doesn't trigger, it means there are too many spears in Trico, and you'll need to go and remove one. So see, our cutscene just started, so we were fine. If you are trying for intensive care, the spears that Trico had on him on the bridge up above that he tumbled onto and you couldn't remove because they were under him, don't count toward intensive care. However, the others do. Any that you can still reach do count. Once the sky has turned this like pinkish color, we are in the end game. And as you can see, we are not even at 3.5 hours, and I have spent a lot of time explaining things, stopping and not moving. So you don't need, and I've used very few competitive speedrunning strategies, really just the barrel skips, which are easy and really accessible for anybody. So you don't need competitive speedrunning to get Lightning Emissary on this game. Lightning Emissary is 5 hours or less, and I'm counting real time even for things that the game wouldn't count, like cutscenes. For this, Trico will pace back and forth because he's upset. The best place to be is on his head if you need to shoot the mirror while you're on him. It's the most stable place. There's not really a stable place. So you see, I stayed on his head this entire time because this guy was coming up as well. Now we'll see if we can't pull off a strategy that's a little bit faster. But no biggie if we can't. Well, the boy is just being an idiot, so. If you can hop off over here, it's faster. Because then you don't have to be on Trico and ask him to come across. But at the same time, it is a bit harder to get him to shoot his lightning, as you can see. So here's Trico. As soon as he's starting to come, best to stand right about here, because you're going to help him destroy this, and you don't want to be behind him when you're trying to do that, because the light from the mirror needs to be uninterrupted between the mirror and the thing that you're trying to hit. So standing over here means that Trico won't be in the way. It's easiest to ask him to jump and see he knows where he's supposed to go, and then hop on him. Because if you hop, or don't hop on him, I guess, if you hop on him, he has a tendency to want to step backwards into that building, so. Okay, now right about here, Trico, your head's in the way. We're gonna hop off, and we're gonna get Trico working on these mirrors. Had a bit of a misfire there. He doesn't. That one's a bit far away. If we're not standing in exactly the same place, he won't shoot it. But we got the two important ones. The two important ones were the first two that we did. He can't go across here without having those destroyed. And it's much easier to do it from over here than it is to do it from his head once he's over on these pedestals. We can head over to his head now in preparation for jumping off once he gets across. Because we want to be walking out here to start getting a bead on these mirrors for him to destroy. Trico, are you shooting? He's thinking about it. There we go. Very easy to die here. As you can see, the boy didn't grab as soon as he was in contact with that. Be careful and be ready to reload. Again, the fall is not far between when you start to fall and when it counts as a death, if you're going for untouchable emissary. And as you can see, I did fall a few times during this game, like this playthrough. But the only time that I died was the time that I specifically was demonstrating something that I don't recommend you do because it's dangerous and you could die. So it's definitely doable. Like, it's definitely doable to save yourself and have it not count as a death. No, Trico, stop. He misunderstood. So I stopped him. I'll let him walk in through here because he needs to like reorient his body. Because he needs to have space to turn around. Here is a very important time to walk forward because he can clip you on the top of the doorway here and leave you behind. mirror is a cool tool, but if you've watched any of my other speedruns of this game, I'm sure you know my opinion of it. The confined spaces of these final few towers make this particularly challenging. As far as having Trico understand you, see he's confused. These guys are what's bothering him. There's another guy in the back that we technically could have gotten sooner, but he takes a long time, and it's very dangerous because Trico very easily pushes you off of the small little platform where you're standing, so not recommended. Just deal with him once you're up there. And again, Trico's trying to turn around here. What on earth was that? Was that my lizard? Always best for these tiny platforms to give Trico the command before you're even on him, because otherwise he'll step backwards into the building. Now we're going to want to be heading towards his head to deal with this guy that he's turning around and being angry at. Come on, boy, just walk. Alright, we're not going to need the mirror for a while. If you've made it this far into the game and you're still on track for Lightning Emissary and Untouchable Emissary, there's not much more I can tell you. The scratching and scrabbling is still my dog, still trying to get the skunk smell off of him. I'll show you a little speed runny type strat here. A bit dangerous, because it's hard to tell exactly where you're falling. But I did make it onto Trico's back there. But it's very easy to fall and completely miss Trico, and the death is almost instantaneous if you do miss. So if you're not trying Untouchable Emissary, fine, try it, but not if you are also attempting Untouchable. I confused Trico. That was my own fault. So I just reset him there. Now there's a few little somethings we can do here to make this a bit faster. Come and stand in one of these corners so that nothing can sneak up on you. You can make these guys like melt like this by pointing your mirror at them. And it protects you until Trico can get here. If you don't feel like you're in danger, you can start having Trico attack these guys. But see, I saw that guy was coming, so I needed to get my mirror back down and pointed at him. Alright, so I'm helping Trico by pulling the head off of the armor there. And if I can get to him, I'll do this guy too. Yeah. Anything you can do to help Trico at this point is worth it. Because we need this fight to be over quickly. However, we do also need to keep an eye on how many enemies are left for Trico to deal with. Because once we have just one guy left, we need to head down the stairs. And I will show you why when we get there. Okay, so it looks like there's just these two. Okay. Well, Trico's gonna get this one. So we want to be down here once we're getting a bit low on guys for Trico to hurt. So now we just got that guy up there who Trico just obliterated. So we want to be standing in front of this door when it opens. There might still be one guy up there, and that might be why it hasn't opened yet. We need to wait for Trico to deal with it. But see, that guy gets surprised that we're here and he won't come out with that mirror. The two guys that are shaped like these guys are much more susceptible to the mirror than the guys like that guy over there that's shooting that spear. So the mirror doesn't have to be directly on them in order for them to fall down. Alright, so Trico's working them over. Let's take care of one of these. And that guy, good. That's basically everybody. Yeah, Trico's just upset now. There's a barrel up there. You can sort of see it glowing. And there's also a barrel, one of the most common ones in the whole game to miss. It's hanging out like down here. See this little platform? Use Trico's tail to get down there, and there's a barrel down there. I'll show you another little speedy thing. If you are trying for Untouchable Emissary, I would not try it. That tends to be the way that it works. But if you don't care about Untouchable Emissary, if you don't care about the potential of dying, it's fine. But you need to do it before Trico gets in this room, or he'll be in the way. As soon as you come in here, go across, stand on this thing, come back across here, jump. You'll grab the edge of this thing, but if you don't space it quite right, you'll miss and then you'll die. Now we want to get as many of these guys following us as possible. That didn't actually activate him, of course. It will now, though. There's not a head close to that guy. Alright. So we got 4 guys. I think that's going to be about our limit for this run. Whoa, why are you moonwalking out of the room, bro? Jeez, there are no heads anywhere near that guy. Alright, so we've got this handsome fella. And that one. And that appears to be all. Now there is one, when you're done with this, right, you go through and you turn these things on with your mirror, one by one. When you've done them all, it'll show, like, Trico's yawning, it'll show a cutscene to show that the door is opening. You would normally climb up Trico's tail, right? This is probably the only instance where if you are really in a pinch and you feel like you're not going to make Lightning Emissary, or, you know, finish the game in 5 hours or less, if you feel like that's not going very well, this is probably the only speedrun strategy that I would say would be extremely helpful, with very little negative associated with it. I will show it to you. So see, it's opening. That's our cue. So that's taken care of. We're gonna run in here, we're gonna hop on Trico's tail, and we're gonna restart from checkpoint. And now we're up here. So at this point we have more than an hour to do about 20 minutes of game. Less than that actually, because the final cutscenes and stuff don't count. Alright, so now the way that I typically do this in my speedruns is I get these guys' attention, get as many of them following me as possible, so that Trico has basically one giant mob of people to deal with. Whoa, 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 whoa! That was unfortunate. Be careful of these doors behind you, though, because new enemies can come out when you don't expect it. Because they don't just come out in waves. Okay, second wave, if you can line it up. I couldn't quite get there in time. If I could have gotten there in time, I could have startled that guy like I did. Oh dear. Like I did the previous guy. Where am I? Oh, I'm on Trico. And made him drop his mirror while he was still inside. I am in a very dangerous position for the same thing happening that just happened to shoot me through the floor. Trico! There. Oh, good lord. Pick up his helmet! This is why I dislike the mirror. Because it's all the same button. I am right next to a door. Thanks, Trico. Let go, please. This is basically the situation you don't want. Trico is paralyzed by these mirrors, and his AI will no longer attack anything, basically. So, we need to take care of this guy. Because see, now another guy picked up a mirror and he didn't kill that one. Leave those mirrors alone. Nice little love tap there, Trico. So obviously, as I said earlier in the playthrough, this is the best place for the trophy for pulling guys' heads off. We don't need to wait for Trico to calm down to do this part. there's one more place, we're basically at it, that can be very problematic. There's a barrel over there if you need one final one. One place that can be particularly problematic for untouchable emissary. I'm going to get Trico to jump or start focusing on that. So we're basically at that problematic place. These rods that he's going to jump onto are very slippery and hard for the boy to walk on. But there's a little tiny door that we have to enter. And if you miss it, Trico basically puts his head directly in the way and you can't get into it without significant danger. So I will show you the safest way to do it. When you're up near the fan, when you can see the fan like this, Trico has one more jump. So you need to be at the place on his back where you can stand and get ready to jump. And then as soon as he makes it, you gotta get and jump. And see, I missed, but Trico's not in the way now. In an ideal world, you just grab this when you jump, but if we wouldn't have been able to do that jump the way that we did, if we wouldn't have been ready on Trico's back, Trico's head would have, like, he looks into the little tube, and so there's basically no way to get down without falling off of the pillar, because he's wider than the pillar is. And you can't get down from the front because his head's blocking it, which is why we do it the way we do. Very easy to slip and fall here, but it's okay if you do. Hitting the Master of the Valley will not kill you unless you stay in it. If you just let it hit you and then push you backwards, you're fine. Gotta get Trico out of here. Calling him is the fastest way to do that. Okay, he's up and out. So out we go. Follow Trico. He knows and will go to where the cutscene is gonna trigger. So just follow him. Wait for him to sit. Okay, Trico's going to be walking towards us. We need to hop on him, and all we need to do is tell him to go. Then he registers that, and we get the cutscene. Now remember, none of this counts for the Lightning Emissary time, but we're still doing real time, and we're still very easily going to make it. Head back towards Trico. None of this is skippable, but it doesn't influence the Lightning Emissary time either. So no worries. I have to readjust. My legs are falling asleep. Okay, so with an injured leg, it's safest to walk directly away from them. And then if you want, you can loop back around. This is also the place to get the cryptozoologist trophy. That specific place that I just left. I mean, you can do it later, but that's the best time when Trico's down like that. All you have to do is hop onto like the leg of each Trico that's there, and it should pop once you've touched them all. Because the cryptozoologist trophy just says touch every Trico, and that's the best time to do it. This is the other time you can do the cryptozoologist, but they're much angrier now. Now, you're basically done with Untouchable Emissary. If you've made it this far, you've made it. Barring any horrifying things happening, like a Trico kicking you off the edge here. But for Lightning Emissary, the only thing I'll say is to drop down here, don't jump. So that you don't jump all the way down to the Master of the Valley on accident. grab Trico's tail by the fat side when you try to drag it, and just drag it straight over. Normally, the weight will be enough to drag it down. Not in our case, apparently. And now you're done. Timing for Lightning Emissary ends when the Master of the Valley, like, wobbles because he's been hit. So there you go. We spent a ton of time just wasted on showing off things, on talking about the White Tower skip, all sorts of things. And we still finished Lightning Emissary with a real time of 4 hours and 13 minutes. That's more than 45 minutes to spare. But remember, things like what we're watching right now, and all of the things with the Tricos up on top beating up our Trico and everything, none of that counted towards the in-game time for Lightning Emissary. So we likely finished Lightning Emissary with closer to a time of, I would say, 3 hours 40 minutes. 3 hours 45 minutes. So you do not need to be a really good speedrunner to get Lightning Emissary in this game. It's just about strategy, and it's about knowing a few little tricks. So we will get Lightning Emissary, and obviously if you made it to this point without dying, you got Untouchable Emissary as well. And you would have gotten Though We Are Far Apart if this is your first time playing through the game. So I'll just go ahead and let this play for those who have stuck around for so long. None of this is counting towards our Lightning Emissary time. The 413 that we got was it? And Lightning Emissary is the fastest trophy. That one is for 5 hours or less. Then you have like Fleet Emissary and things that are for 10 and 15 hours completing the game. But 5 hours is the one that gives people trouble. Well, that was really fun. I missed The Last Guardian. It's been a while now since I've been speedrunning it, although I am going to go back to it. And for those of you who requested this walkthrough because you were having problems getting some of the trophies, I hope that you find it helpful. So there you have it. Thanks to those of you who joined, and for those of you who requested this walkthrough because you were having problems getting some of the trophies. I hope that you found it helpful. We did Lightning Emissary with more than an hour to spare in in-game time. And, I mean, other areas where trophies are hard to get, I pointed out, and I gave you guys sort of a walkthrough on how to do those. So I would encourage you, if you have not played the game before, to get to New Game Plus first before you try for some of these trophies. But yeah, I appreciate you guys for watching. Thanks for the follows, thanks for the comments. It was good to talk to you guys. I'd like to stay and talk longer, but I need to deodorize my whole house from this horrible, horrible skunk smell. So I hope that this walkthrough was helpful. Hey, Wolf Fox, you just appeared right at the end. We had just gotten the credits there, and came in with a time of 4 hours and 13 minutes without thinking about the time that was skipped in the game for cutscenes. So Lightning Emissary Trophy requires that you finish the game in under 5 hours, and we did it. In the end, our in-game time was about 3 hours 40 minutes, so plenty of time left. But I'm checking out because while you were gone, Wolfox, a skunk sprayed my dog, and now the house is just horrifically smelly, so I need to deodorize my whole house of skunk because the dog decided to chase one under the porch. So yeah, like I said, I hope that those of you who needed help with these trophies found this walkthrough helpful. It was really fun to play, and I will be back to speedrunning The Last Guardian with the goal of taking world record. But we're gonna finish inside first. So yeah, so I'm gonna go take care of the smell because it smells like melted plastic and rotten onions. You guys have yourself a great day and a great weekend. I'll be back on Monday with Spyro. See ya.